Hello, everyone, and welcome to All Day Focus 60-Minute Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing under the name of SC Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to have focus all day long, or as long as I can make it. It is a holiday here. My family's home, so I may not go as long today as I might on other Mondays throughout the rest of the year. But this is going to be the setup for the rest of the year. And it is not going to be strictly timed, but it is with 60-minute sprints, and try to, move as fast as we can into the next sprint, but I'm not going to strictly time it just in case if there's anything that we are discussing. And you're welcome to use the sprints for whatever productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I do use the sprint time to focus because focus issues. And that means I won't be in the chats until the breaks, but then I would love to catch up with everyone, talk about whatever progress we're making, celebrate the small wins, celebrate any wins that we have going on. And yes, and this will be 60-minute sprints, but the first one is only going to be 45 minutes. I'm sorry, I'm breaking that rule right off at the beginning of the stream, but it is the 1st of September. We have a podcast episode coming out today for an author we've interviewed for Self-Publishing Tips and Tricks podcast. And she's in Australia, so she wanted to be able to be in the chat in case if there are any questions or if people would just want to talk to her. And so 9 a.m. was the best time, my time. So it's 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern is when that podcast episode is going to air, which is like in an hour. And I needed to be there for it. I'll still be here, but I can still premiere a video. And so I want to be there in the chat as well to celebrate her being there, getting the interview with her. She's a very interesting career path that she's been on. She's a middle grade author, and she did start off as self-publishing and then got picked up by Spark Press, which is signed as a house, or I don't know what they call that, but it's with Schuster and Simon to distribute her book. So, and that's the book that she self-published. So that book is now it's going to be published by Spark Press. And then she talks about like what she's doing next and whether or not she'll go indie with that one or continue. She hasn't decided and she talks about the pros and cons of going between the two different ones. So I think that's pretty interesting. So yeah, it was really good conversation with her. And she writes fantasy, middle grade fantasy / mystery. There's mystery built in the fantasy, but she sees herself more as a fantasy writer than a mystery writer. So yeah, so first one will be 45 minutes, but then after that, because I want to come back in time to put on an hour video right at about 9 o'clock, which is in an hour, so that I have that whole time to be in the chat, because the entire thing took like 57 minutes after I finished editing it. So it's like an hour long basically for the interview. So that's what I'll be doing. In an hour. In the 45-minute sprint, I am working on the Faded Adventures, because that goes out tomorrow. It was supposed to go out on the 1st, but then I forgot, oh yeah, there's no mail today. So I kind of didn't finish everything because I have another day to get everything done. So I will be finishing up with printing everything and getting the packets put together and finishing up the website because there's an online portion, which for everyone who's heard me talk about the Faded Adventures, I am rebranding it because that was what I called it. And, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to call it. It's what I called it for my Kickstarter, but I am going to be changing the name to Romantasy Adventures because I think that's probably more on point, because Faded Adventures may not exactly sound like it's romantasy. And I was thinking about it. I was like, I don't think I'm ever going to do anything other than romantasy. I mean, it's magic. There's lots of magic, but there's also romance. So, and I went through several different ideas over the last few days, and that's the one I kind of came to that I think I'm going to do. So, all right. Dharma was the first one in. Good morning. Happy Labor Day. Thank you. And I realize that for those who are not in the U.S., this is not a holiday for you guys, but it is for those of us here in the U.S. It just means we get a day off. Well, I don't, but this is okay. I like my job. So, and then I'm editing my Sapphic Urban Fantasy, still working on 4th act. And I know that you have that word like still working on the 4th act, but I think you're making good progress, and you're making progress. I think that's like a win in itself, right? That's actually something we talked about in the interview with Katharina, was that we talked about like the figures, which it's been a while since they've done the figures. And then the research is not exactly like, I went and found like the original article, and it wasn't like strict research that was done, but everyone still uses the figure from that research, which is, I can't remember what it is, but a high percentage of people who start a book don't finish a book. I can't remember what that number is, but you'll find it if you just look up like how many people what's the percentage of people who finish a book when they start one. You'll get a number, and it'll seem like that's the right number because so many places have cited that number over and over and over and over again. And it was like a year and a half or 2 years ago, I went down the rabbit hole to figure out where that number came from, and I found the original place where it came from, and it wasn't peer reviewed. It wasn't like it was tightly controlled for variables or anything like that. So I don't know if the number is right, but it feels right. Like I know that whenever people find out I'm a writer, it's like, oh, I've wanted to write a book for so long, or I've started a book years ago, but I don't even know where it's at now. So the fact that you have written a novel and you are editing it, and I know it's not your first, but you're making progress in completing something for, I'm assuming for consumption for other people. And, but even if if you're doing it for yourself, you're still much further ahead than a lot of people probably would be. So I would say it's a win. It's a win. So Kendra says, good morning. Good morning, Kendra. Kendra says, I guess I'll say I'm working. I was just playing before on my new project now that I've passed 10K and have a clear vision for the plot. It's official. I have a new work in progress. Yay. I believe it's a standalone. Oh, I bet that feels so awesome. It's funny to say, I guess I'm working. I was just playing before. I think writing is always playing. I love to write, and it has been so hard. I have fallen so far behind of all the admin stuff I should be doing. And so September, I'm like, okay, I've got to get in there and do this a little bit better this month. And if I can get caught up and, get most of the stuff, and I'm ending a lot of things. Like I'm changing things. I'm ending things. My podcast, I'm ending with the next season. We're not even doing a full season like we normally would have. Because we're going to end on episode 100. And so like right now, from usually at this point in the year, we are doing all the interviews for all of next season. And we usually have like 6 or 7 interviews back to back to back to back. And right now we're just going to do 3 interviews and 1 episode just with the 3 of us, the co-hosts. I already feel like that light and load, but I need to go ahead and get those interviews set up for scheduling and interview, to do the recording, which we already have the people in place. So it's just a matter of reaching out and say, hey, here are times that we can all meet to record the episode. So I got to work on that this month is for the podcast. And then I have those 4 episodes, and then we'll have 2 more that we're going to do next year. And then that's it for my podcast. And so that's going to be done. And so I'm already lightening my load and the pain points of what that looked like. So I'm excited to go back to just playing all the time, writing. Like you said, I was playing, but now it's official. You've got a new work in progress. I love that. Hi to everyone. I get to stay home and write this morning since hubby doesn't have to work. He offered to take the kids to band. Yay. Oh, that's so nice. I bet that feels great. And Vanessa, I'm in Vanessa's sprints as well. I meant to grab her link and share it with everyone. Hold on. Vanessa is sprinting right now. It is the Mystic Readathon reading sprints. So, I think she does hour-long sprints as well. Vanessa's sprints. And so if you're looking to hang out or just say hello, you can do that. I'm a little sad I burned through my candle wick yesterday because Edmore smells so good. In case you guys don't know what she's talking about, she didn't burn someone. She sent me pictures and a picture and a video. She got the candles from the Kickstarter and she said that it smells so good and it looks so good. Oh, I should grab it and show it to you guys, but not right now because I've got to get this sprint going here soon. But yeah, I always make extras of the candles when I do my Kickstarter. Because I do a street team. And my street team for this book, I'm going to be actually looking to put that together here soon. And I offer candles as part of one of the prize. My street team is set up like a game. Like we gamify it. I love doing games. So I kind of gamify it for the street team. And there's weekly prizes and then a grand prize. And so I always make extra candles for that. And then I keep an extra candle for myself, but I can't burn it because it's the only one I have. And y'all, I tried to write down my process of what colors I'm mixing. And I sort of did that, but then I added more colors in and I didn't quite like the color when I was doing Edmar's candle. I think it was Edmar's. Emmy's was easier. And I kept adding different colors. I have mica like it's like little like sand. It looks like sand, but it's not sand. But it's mica that I put in there. And then I put a little bit of, and that already has like a shimmery sparkle to it. What am I thinking of? Even words are escaping me today, as usual. Glitter. That's the word I was looking for. So it kind of has like a glittery effect already. The mica does. The ones I got to put into the candle when I make them. And then as it's cooling, I put like actual like glitter in there too, and make swirls of it. So it was so pretty. And then she took a video of it with it melting, and it was so pretty. I was like, "Oh, can I use this on my social media?" So I'm gonna put it on my social media here soon. But and she was telling me it smells good too. I ordered more wicks so I can keep it burning. I didn't realize that it yeah, I have to cut the wick down because I can't get the lid on the candle if I leave it too long. And there's Vanessa Sprints. Mica is nature's glitter. Yes. Yeah, it's already like the shimmery quality to it. It's so pretty. So I like using it with the candles to make the color. And I said I try to start writing down like how much I'm using, but I don't. I'm kind of. I guess I'm kind of a pantser in life too, because like, okay, start writing down. I was like, okay, I'm using a quarter teaspoon of this color and a half a teaspoon of this color. And I was looking and I was like, okay, I need a little bit lighter. I was looking into the pot that was on the burner. So it's like the melted wax. And so I was like, I need a little more of this. I put a little bit, and I wrote that down. I was like, oh, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. And by then I'm like, well, how many more did I put in there? I don't know what I put in there. Oh, well. So same thing with the candles from the first Kickstarter. I know what colors I use, but I don't know how much I use of each one. So what I have is what I have. And if I could figure out my exact formula, then I could recreate it. But then honestly, what that does is it makes like every candle batch unique. So yeah. And but it's pretty. So I've got another round. When I do my next Kickstarter for the book, my work in progress now, I'll do another one. That one's going to be fun. It's going to be different because right now both sets of candles, the one from the first book and the ones from the second book, the candles are pretty close in color because I try to match it with like their main color. So like Arian Calden, well, she had light blue skin and his was a little bit darker blue skin. So it's two blue candles. And then Emmy has seafoam green skin and Edmar has like teal colored skin. So the candles are kind of similar in that as well, although Emmy's is much lighter. And then I also made hers with coconut wax instead of the soy wax because her scent is coconut. So that one, but it came out smelling like soap. Hopefully it doesn't smell like soap when it burns, or maybe people might like the way it smells. But the next one, I've been going back and forth how I'm going to do this, but it's going to be much different. So like Nira has black skin, but she likes to wear gold. And so this will be the first time I use gold glitter. So the candle is going to be a dark color with gold glitter in it. And then Edmar is like a dark purple. So they'll be somewhat complementary, but his is going to be, purple and hers is going to be black. I don't know how that actually works though. I've never tried to make a black candle. So I don't know when it mixes with the soy wax, what color I'm actually going to get out of it. But if I put enough pigment into it with the mica, that should probably help. So we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. I bet you when it burns, it's going to burn almost like a gray color. That would be my guess. But anyways, morning, Eva. All right, I need to go ahead and get this sprint started so I can get back and then oh gosh, I need to make this a 30-minute sprint, not 45-minute. I talked too long. So first sprint, 30 minutes because I need to be able to come back, talk to y'all, and then head on to the podcast episode that comes out. And it's going to be coming out at 9 o'clock, which is in 45 minutes. Talk too long. All righty, let me get this added to the screen. Added. All right, so first sprint of the morning. I'll put the banner up here in a little bit because I haven't updated my word count yet from this weekend's writing. So I'm going to do that. And I will see everyone on the other side of 30 minutes. Good luck. Oh, yeah, that was time on the first sprint. I did add a couple extra minutes there because I had to take care of something. So I was like, oh, I don't know if I'll get back in time. Let me just add a couple more minutes onto the sprint so that I can make sure I get back in time. And I made it back. Got about 11 minutes before I'm going to start the next sprint. This time it will be an hour long. And I'm going to try and start right on the hour because I do have a podcast episode that's coming out at that time. That's what the author chose because she's in Australia. So this is like 10. Did she say it was 10 o'clock at night for her? I think she said it was 10 o'clock at night for her, not this time period, and that's what worked for her. So yeah, excited to share the podcast episode. I did drop the link in the chat, but yeah, let me know how you did. I opened up my Faded Adventures, kind of reviewed everything that I need to print, the order, the envelopes, because it's like little like packets, 6x9 envelopes that have more envelopes inside that are numbered, and I'm trying to make sure I've got my right numbers lined up in the right place. And then the envelopes also look different. So like there's an envelope that's for the personal narrative for the character they chose, and that's a certain color based off of whatever color character they chose. And then this one, they're getting a letter from Issa, who's the Grand Magister of the Academy. And so her envelopes are always lavender. So I have that envelope. So I'm trying to make sure I got everything in order. So I started doing all that and then realized that I had to take care of a couple other things before the start of the podcast episode. So yeah. I left off with where? I think it was here. But Dharma saying Micah's Nature's Glitter. I know it's so pretty. And Eva came in. Hello, good morning. I don't know if I saw you. I feel like I might have saw you right before we went on that sprint. I was talking for way too long. Are you working on anything today? I don't know if you're still going or not. I did see there was another sprint that started somewhere. I think it was Elsa's sprint. I think she started one. Andy, hello, bonjour. I hope all is well. I was just thinking about you. I don't know if you're still here. That was a little while ago, so you probably not still here. But thank you for stopping in. Nina, hello. Preparing a document for my betas, and then I'm doing a final read through before I send my novella off. Oh, how exciting! Is the document you're preparing for your betas as to go with the novella, like so, like questions or whatnot? So I know I've probably dropped this tip a few times in the past, but for anybody who's new, something that I found that works really that I really love now, like love having as part of my process. When I do the betas and alpha readers, I ask them to, and I do it on story origin, which is chapter by chapter. So they have to finish a chapter before they can see the next chapter. And at the end of the chapter, you can have like chapter questions, which mine are pretty much always the same because it just makes it easier, especially when you have like 50 chapters. Anyways, one of the questions I asked them is was there anything in the text, like a line or a paragraph that they really, really liked that stood out to them that I could use in marketing? So by doing that, I get a whole list of marketing ideas. I'm not very good at using those marketing ideas to do the actual marketing, but I did give those for the Kickstarter book. I did give all of those to Devin, who did my social media marketing for the Kickstarter, and so I think she used some of that. And it does become useful as well. And it's not just marketing, right? You can get some insight, like what really captures people's attention. Sometimes can surprise you. You know what in your writings captures their attention, and it helps you to see like what is it that's drawing them to your writing. So I think it's really I really love that I've incorporated that. And when did I start incorporating? I think I started incorporating that with my with the first book in this new series with A Curse of Scales and Feathers. I didn't do that with my trilogy, my fantasy trilogy, because I didn't know to do it. And then I heard the advice. It's not like I came up with it. I heard it from somewhere else. But I've incorporated that as part of my beta and alpha process, reading process, and it's really helpful. Lots of insights and help with marketing. So, Mom Maggie came in. Hello, good morning. How's it going? Hey, from Eva to Mom Maggie. And then I dropped the podcast link there. It's Katharina. Again, she's a middle grade fantasy / mystery writer, more on the fantasy side, but she really likes mystery. And yeah. and she started off as self-publishing with her first book, and then she got uh, picked up by a small publishing press, and so they're republishing that book now, as a as a small publishing press. I think she actually she's a prequel or something that goes with it too, and that one she just offers on her own. And then we talk about her next book and about whether or not she's going to go with the small press again or if she's going to go indie. And then she talked about like the pros and cons that she's been going through, trying to figure out if she wanted to go indie with her next book or go through the press. So I think it was an interesting conversation. Kendra got 725 words. Nice. Adeshle, hello. I'm here at the start of the break. Nice. It's good to see you. Hope all is well. And Melve, hello. Morning. Are you back at work now, or is your vacation done, or are you still on vacation? I don't know if you mentioned how long it was. I think you said it was at least a week, but I can't recall if I was thinking of something else. If you said a week and a half, 2 weeks, or 1 week. I don't know. But either way, hopefully your day goes well. Adeshle says, I'm working on my not so short story. I've an epilogue to work on and then a prologue. So you decide to do the prologue. Are you going to like do it and then see what like readers, what they think about it? Or you're like, no, I'm doing this because it's going to work or whatnot. I don't know what you decided on. Still working on Were Cow and Wolf. Love that. Yay, Mom Maggie. And good morning all. Morning to Adeshle and Eva from Mom Maggie. Hello, Brittany. Good morning, everyone. New month goals. I really want to complete my first book. Okay, fingers crossed. So this is like completing your first writing a book. Oh, that's so exciting. You've got this. Yeah. We just finished with August, doing Mom Maggie had put together with all the words August, where the idea was just to try to get like a writing routine in place so that we could stick to it, whether we were writing or editing or whatever part of the process we were in. And she said they're going to do it again in October, which is cool. And so that might be really helpful. I wrote a whole lot. Oh, do you guys want to know like what my total is? I got 5 minutes. So I'm trying to fill up time here. Maybe I'll run out of time. I don't know. My total word count for August, which is like, this is the best month I have ever had. It's 253,000 words, 253,319 words. There we go. So 253319. I have never written so much. Now, a lot of that was brainstorming and drafting, which I call it verbal vomiting, but I dictate. When I dictate, I can do a whole lot more than when I'm typing. I do have some writing, revision and editing in there, which I get a whole lot less in. Fewer words, many fewer words. Like for instance, like on Saturday, I have a 23-minute sprint that I did for editing, and I got 46 words added in 23 minutes. That's like 2 words a minute. So yeah, editing and revising takes me forever, but doing the drafting and brainstorming is really fast. And most of the month was brainstorming and drafting, which means I have a lot of revision in my future because I actually finished 3 short stories overall and 1 novella, and started 2 other short stories. And one day I worked on my novel in progress, but I haven't gone back to it. So, yeah. Anyways, I think I had more I wanted to say, but I don't remember where I was going with that. I lost track of it. So hi, Kendra, Vanessa from Mom Maggie. Hello, Brittany. Nope, still on vacation this week. Nice. I bet that feels good. Just to kind of relax. Okay, I was thinking you said like a week and a half or 2 weeks, but I was like, that could have been someone else. Yeah. Hello, Mom Maggie from Brittany. Return to work next week. So almost like 2 weeks then, or maybe a full 2 weeks. Doing adulting stuff now, budgeting. I need to do that too. It's the first of the month. I'll do that later. I'll do it after the podcast episode. I did a second pre-write of the prologue before hopping on. I think it'll work, so I'll likely keep it. However, Brittany says, I went through some imposter syndrome. Oh, a lot of us feel that last month. I'm so focused and determined this month. This is my first time writing a book, and any and all suggestions are helpful. It really is hard to keep out that inner critic. And it turns into an inner editor as you're writing. It really, really is hard. I think for me, and this does not work for everybody, for me, dictation has helped the best because I just start. It's literally a verbal vomit. I am just going and I don't stop. I just say whatever's in my brain and I get it out there and I get it into the dictation program. And then by the time it's there, now it's there. Now I have something to work with, because if you don't have any words down, you don't have anything to work with. And that has really helped me push past the imposter syndrome. It's helped me push past the inner editor. But of course you do have to revise and edit. And that's when my inner editor imposter syndrome comes in. My imposter syndrome tends to come in about midway through my books. It's about where it usually comes in. So, but the inner editor is there full force when I'm trying to edit and revise. And then that can slowly turn into, gosh, this is garbage. Why did you write this? Who said you could be a writer? So we all go through it, but I think the dictation has really helped me. And again, that's for me. Dictation doesn't work for everyone, so it might not be helpful for you. If the first chapter hits off super strong, as in that's the feedback I get, I'll consider adjusting, but this new prologue will likely stay. Well, I'm glad you've kind of come to a good feeling about what you want to do, which I think is good when you were faced with like, I don't know if I should do this or not. And yay, congrats on starting your first book, Brittany. I have lots of suggestions, as I have a friend who just started writing. Ooh, go ahead and drop all of them. I've got a little less than 2 minutes, and then the podcast episode starts. That's also here on my channel. I dropped that earlier, and I try to be in the chat there. So I'll be in the chat doing that for the. It's like a 57-minute long video with a 1 minute. That includes a 1 minute like timer at the beginning before it counts down before it starts. So thank you, additionally. But yeah, I'll be doing that for the next hour. So when we come back off of this hour. Oh, I gotta set up the timer. When I come back from this hour-long sprint, I will probably be just coming back from that podcast episode. 1 hour. Here we go. Pause. It's not pausing. Here we go. The best piece of advice I heard was essentially get the book done. I mean, so many different ways, like button chair, fingers on keyboard. It does sound simple, but when you've got those things in your head telling you that you can't do it, it's really, really hard to get through that. And that's why dictation works for me, because it's like I don't give my the stuff going on in my head doesn't get a chance to say anything because I'm just blah everything onto the page. So, um, but I think as the more you do it, the easier it gets to start and keep going. So, yep. Oh, it is 9 o'clock. At least that's what it shows on my end. I'm 9 o'clock here anyways. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this started. And for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of an hour in 3, 2, 1, and goodbye. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? Wow, there's a lot of comments. Okay, so did the podcast episode with that one. It was great listening to it back, and I still chuckled over this one line that was really funny. We do the rapid round of questions at the end, and we asked if she wrote to silence or to a playlist, and she said to silence or the hum of refrigerator. I was like I can so picture that. But yeah, let me catch up with you guys. Yeah, there's a lot of comments here, so we'll get through these. I think we left off here when we were talking about Brittany was saying that writing their first book and any pieces of advice you could give to get past that imposter syndrome. And the only advice I really had was one that may not work for everyone, which is I dictate, and that really helps me to get through the imposter syndrome because it doesn't give me time to think because I verbal vomit everything out, and there's occasionally some of that will come out in my verbal vomiting, not as much now as it did when I first started doing dictation. My dictation has improved quite a bit over the last couple of years where I can stick more to the story than anything else. But if anything else does enter my mind, I usually just add that in there, and I don't have to worry about adding it to the story, but it's out of my brain. So additionally, I said, the author who shared this reminded us to remember that we grew up with story. Oh, I love that. Yeah. Mom Maggie said, reached 72,200 words of the 80K word goal in 19 writing days out of 21 writing days, word total for all the words August, which like she mentioned in I think it was on Saturday during my stream. She mentioned she didn't make her goal, but that the goal, that was a stated goal, but the main goal was to get a routine in, or to get to a point where you're writing regularly. And that goal was definitely achieved. And studying 2,000 words in a month is nothing to sneeze at. So I think that's awesome. I would air horn for you. There you go. I don't actually like the sound of an air horn, so I'll just say air horn. But I should come up with something. I always say I should find something, and then I always forget, and then I don't do it. No story since we were in our parents' womb. Yeah, they have studies. I'm trying to remember exactly. It's been many years now since I read this, but babies in the womb dream. So if they dream, they're probably dreaming some parts of stories, right? And I add, we share stories all the time, from how things went at work to memories we had about a past event and so on, but we know story. So if we consider that, focusing on the work of moving the story forward, words that readers will actually read, we can get the story done. And we learn the most from a completed book. Yeah, it's definitely one of those. Writing is, some people are gifted when it comes to writing, in which they craft such beautiful sentences and ideas, and it seems like it doesn't take much work. But writing is a skill. It can be learned. And probably even those writers where it seems like that it comes out perfect, they've probably been working at their craft for a very long time. And that skill, and I used to tell this, I used to teach college English and literature, and many students at some point in their student career were told by somebody that they couldn't write. I found this to be true almost every semester. More than half the class felt this way. And before I would talk to them and before they would tell me that, the very first thing I did is I had them all stand up. And I said, okay, if you feel that you're not a writer, sit down. And most of them sit down. I said, okay, now if you do write emails, stand up. And they stand up. Some of us stand up. Do you write on social media? Stand up. We end up with everybody standing up because we do writing every day. So it's just a matter of taking what you're doing and crafting it in such a way that you're purposefully trying to make that story, right? But we do tell story. We tell story even on our social media. We tell story. So yeah, I agree. I was going to go somewhere else with that, but I don't remember where I was going to head. That's what helped me, at least, realizing that I already knew storytelling and that it was about putting words to page and then learn from that for finished process. Oh, that's what it is. You get better and learning story by doing story, by writing it. Yeah. Good morning, Shannon and friends. Hello, Kat. Happy Monday, first day of September, Labor Day for those of us who observe. It is a U.S. holiday. I'm working on financial tasks this first sprint. I need to do financial tasks too. But I was just like, I had like a minute and a half left after the end of the episode, this podcast episode, before coming back here. And I was like, I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do this. But yeah, but I really need to do this over here. All of it's admin stuff. So there's no writing for me for the next couple of days. I did a lot in August. So I'm back to like have to get caught up on admin stuff. Good morning, Kat from Adeshle. Already have your smoothie yet? Continuing my last comments about story, one of the things that you learn when you finish a book is that you can finish a book. Yes, I forget that moment. And you can always start small. Like, and with each increase that you have, you just get more of that. They call it self-efficacy. So the way we get more confident, the way we can feel pride for what we're doing is through self-efficacy. Now, my bachelor's is in psychology. And self-efficacy is one of those things you cannot be taught, and you can't like teach this to your children. You cannot teach your children to feel proud. You can't teach them to be confident, but you can give them things that will get them to the point that they have that self-efficacy, which leads to being proud and feeling confident of their achievements. And that is like giving them a task and then sitting back and letting them figure it out. And even if they get to a point where they're having issues with the task, you don't just jump in and give them all the answers. You let them figure it out. And by letting them figure it out, they can then feel self-worth in their own achievement, and they get that self-efficacy. So it's kind of like the same thing with, when you finish a book, you realize what you were able to accomplish. I think I had a better connector there and I lost it. But where my brain is, I probably need some more coffee because my brain just feels like it is all over the place. It's jumping everywhere this morning. Like I just said, the last minute and a half, it went like this place, this place, this place. I need to do that. I need to do this. It's like, oh, but yeah, one of the things you learn from finishing a book. So start small. Like my first book I ever wrote, I was 9 years old. It was 16 pages long. And I also love art. And so I illustrated my book as well. And I put it all together with some yarn and hole punch the paper and put it all together. And I still have it. And then my next one was like 100 pages long. And then my next one was like 300 pages long. And this is all handwritten because we were poor. We didn't have a computer or typewriter or anything. So everything was handwritten. I've got pages and pages and pages of handwritten stories. It fills a whole locker. It's one of those things that we would take on deployment. So, because I was in the military. So if you think of that like a chest. So yeah. There's lots of other technical things I learned too, like write everything from the character's view of the world, start with a conflict, grab the reader's attention, keep it, and so on and so on. But, I think that, if you're just getting into writing and it's not something you've done, just writing, just write a lot. You can only get better by continuing to write and consciously thinking about improving your craft. Maybe not while you're writing, but as you write your piece and then you read it and you figure out how you could make it better. Because if you think about it while you're writing it, you might let that inner critic come out and stop you from writing. So again, this may or may not work for you, right? Whatever we're saying, you have to take what you think might work and try it out. If it doesn't work, you move on to the next step. Another way to figure out how to get that first draft done. Adisha, yes, I was on the road walking at 6:40, showered afterwards, made and drank smoothie, and started a couple chores. My hubby's on vacation, so we talked a bit this morning too. Yeah, my hubby's home. I haven't been out there yet since he woke up. I mean, I got up, went to the gym, came home, fed the kitties, fed my kid. It was just funny because my kid was up. He's an early riser. He was like, "What you gonna do, Mom?" Because he's out of school today because it's holiday here. And so I'm gonna feed the kitties and I'm gonna go get ready for my stream. He was like, "Yeah, but you have a kid too that needs to get fed." I'm like, okay, I'll feed you too. He's getting to the age, that's self-efficacy, right? He's getting to the age where we're trying to push him more to make his own breakfast. We do kind of keep an eye on it because he has to take medications because he's neurodivergent and he has to eat breakfast or he has to eat something with his medication. So yeah, so there's that. And I was like, I know he can make his own breakfast, but you know what? I'll do it. So, and yesterday was Julian Day, and that's my kiddo. We made it all about him, whatever he wanted to do. So he wanted Waffle House for breakfast, but he wanted to eat it at our house. So we ate at the dining room table. And then he just wanted to just hang out. And then we went to go watch a movie, watch Bad Guys 2. And then he wanted to play video games, which I'm not no good at playing video games. I have depth perception issues, and they were playing Mario Kart. And I was like, yeah, I'll be falling off everywhere. And he's like, yeah, but that's okay. You can still play. I was like, yeah, but you know how depressing it is to know that you're going to lose every single time you play a video game? That's my world. If it's not a video game where, if it doesn't take any depth perception, then I'm okay. And that's why I like board games. I love board games. But video games, I lose every time because I can't see it the way it actually is. I mean, it looks normal. He asked me, what does it look like? I was like, well, it looks normal to me, but it's different from what you see. And I don't know how to explain that. But so this morning he said, I really liked Julian Day. We should do another Julian Day. I was like, okay. He's so cute. But yeah, but anyway, so yeah, the hubby thing. My hubby's out there. I want to go say hello. So that's probably what I'm going to do at the beginning of this next sprint is go say hello because he's up now. He wasn't up before. Adeshley says, but let's overfill with comments. I say that above and was the best advice I have. You know story. Finish the book ASAP with words on the page. You can fill up the comments as much as you want. Adeshley, today is not a day. It's not a strictly timed day. So however long you want to help out and offer advice. And then for me, I realized in the process of listening to the various authors to lean on your strengths. Yes. I know I could grind away at a task in general. I knew that though I'd written mostly nonfiction for school, I had some experience. I knew that I listened to stories. I'm counting TV. And I definitely agree that, if you're watching TV, you're taking in story structure. You're taking that all in, as long as like the TV's not like all reality shows or something, but even though there's story, but if you're looking for like a story structure from like, here's the beginning of the story and here's the end of the story and here's what happens in the middle and the different levels of strife that happen throughout, right? The different obstacles that happen for the protagonist's goal, that you're taking all that story structure in. So I took encouragement in what I had. And though I don't do this, I knew there were authors getting books written in weeks, Michael Anderle to be specific. Yet that is the crux there. Don't compare yourself to anybody else because you're never going to be like anyone else. And you'll learn too, like people will, like you may say, man, I wish I could do that. Like, I wish I could publish faster. And I published slow. By the time I publish my next book, I'll be 2 years between my two books. So I publish really slow. I wish I could publish faster because it's hard getting visibility. And the more you have out there, the more visibility you'll get. But I write really fast. I draft really fast. I don't revise and edit very fast. That's why it was 2 years between my books because it took me a really long time to revise and edit my last book. But I draft really fast. And so someone may say, oh, I wish I could write that fast. But then you might be better at revising. My critique partner, we're about to start working together as critique partners again, Morgan. Like, she loves the revision process because that's where the magic happens. And I see that in her work, and I would read her work. And I was like, man, I wish I could make my work like 10 times better in my revision process. I'm like dragging through it because I don't like revising. It is where the magic happens. She's totally right. Magic happens in revision. Get the words on the page. That's all you have to do. That's the first part. Then in revision, you make the magic happen. That's where you can make the story work the way it should work for you, the way you want it to work for you. The first part is just getting the words on the page. So yes, but don't compare yourself to anybody else. That's a long road to go down, and will just make you feel even worse about yourself, especially depending on who you compare yourself to. And others who started writing out of nowhere to prove a point to a friend, like William D. Arnond. I don't know who that is, but what I would say about Michael Anderle too, he came out during the golden age of publishing, self-publishing. So back then, pretty much everything he wrote, people were going to see it. There wasn't a visibility issue when he was writing his books. And then he just came up with a plan, and the plan happened to work for the stage of the publishing industry at that time, because there weren't a whole lot of books. Now he did come in toward the end of the golden age of self-publishing. So there were more and more books on there, but his plan was that he wrote everything. He wrote it fast, and then he rapid published. And he's the one that came up with the idea of 20 books to 50K. If you write 20 books, then you can make 50K in a year. That's not the case anymore. That was true back then because there weren't as many books. There wasn't as much of an issue with visibility, and he was able to hit on those things. So it was not just the writing, right? He also knew how to hit on the market. He was able to see it for what it was and work it to what would work for him. And most of us, myself included, we can't just look at the market and be like, yep, that's exactly what I need to do because I'm going to hit it rich. We don't usually have that ability. And maybe he didn't have that thought process exactly like that, but he came up with a plan on how to be successful, and he was able to be successful with it. So that's all you can do is just plan. And when it comes to the publishing and marketing, as far as just writing, you just got to get the words on the page. And they were both successful. The book world may be different now than it was for them, but they were still great examples for me. And that's awesome, Kat. Thank you. Good day, everyone, and happy Labor Day. Thanks, Green Ruled. How are you doing? Are you working on anything? Andy's still here. Well, was still here. That was about 30 minutes ago. Maybe not be still here, but thank you for stopping in. It was a good interview. Yeah. I really loved hearing about her process. And I had talked about the interview. We're talking about the podcast interview that just happened for the podcast, So Publishing Tips and Tricks, in which myself and two other hosts, we interview authors. The podcast we just have one more season left, and we're bringing it to close. Episode 100 will be our last one. That was episode 93. But I was talking about how she was self-indie, and then she got picked up by a publishing company, and I totally forgot the whole hybrid. I don't know how I forgot the hybrid part, because I just edited the rest of that video yesterday. It's like, I should have remembered, and I titled it yesterday. So I should have remembered what my own video is about. Not that hybrid isn't being picked. It's kind of the same thing as like having someone else is publishing your book. Not like traditional exactly. They do publish your book and they offer services. But there's a more effort involved on the author part. So, and I do remember Spark Press, because I met Katharina there at the Women in Publishing Summit, which they're not doing anymore. They did it for a few years. And the first one I went to is where I met Janet, and Janet had gotten together as all the women that had gone to the conference and said, hey, do you guys want to do a fantasy and writing group? And then we've added sci-fi on there since then. So I was part of the original group. That was back in 2022, I think, when we first started. And Janet went to the next couple ones and offered it to all the other women that were fantasy and sci-fi writers if they want to join our group. It is open. If you are a woman, identify as a woman, and you write fantasy and or sci-fi, you're welcome to apply for the group. So I put the link in there. But if if you're going to apply for the group, me, and you want to be part of the group, just let me know, because I'm part of the core group, and with Janet. Janet's kind of taken a back seat a little bit, and Holly's been kind of taking over the group. I don't have time to run a group, but yeah, it's a the group, and you don't even have to be published. It's just for women or people identify as women. Writing fantasy and sci-fi. You don't have to be published. We have traditionally published people in there. We've got hybrid publisher, Katharina. We've got self-published, and we've got people who are just writing. So you don't even have to be published to be part of the group. And it's really great. We're all very positive. And Janet does a really good job of trying to set up classes. And I think Holly's taken over quite a bit of that too. Most months. So like one month we had someone, it was a female law enforcement officer who came in to talk about weapons and using how weapons work or something. I missed that one because I don't have guns in my story. So, but there was another one who, it was sword master, came in and talked about techniques with swords, and I went to that one. And then there are people who talk about publishing and other things, and all this kind of thing. It's a nice group, and it's very positive. We're a very positive group. So good interview. That was fun. During that sprint, I finished my financial task and I folded it and put away a load of clothes. Kat, you make me feel bad about myself right now. Not really, but just making a joke. Because I have clothes right now waiting for me to fold them, put away, and they've been looking at me for 2 days, and I still haven't done it. I need to do it. I've been behind on my budgeting, so still going. We're good. I was just talking about you. You probably heard me talking about you. How are you doing? Hope all is well. Are you working? You're probably working. So I was saying, are you working on anything? But then I stopped there because I'm like, you're probably just working, period. Just working, period. Awesome, Kat. I've always been discouraged from writing because I kept being told that it was risky and to have a backup option. So I ended up stopping the writing completely and doing the backup. I have the same story, Malve. Same story. I knew I wanted to be a writer when I was 9 years old. I told my parents. They tried to change my mind all throughout the years. And anytime I asked for anything that would try to, like I asked for a typewriter one year. My dad made a little bit of extra money that year. And I got a toy typewriter. Yeah. My brother's got TVs. I was like, I could have got a typewriter. So, but yeah, I was not bleed. So I started the process of going to college. I had a scholarship to Purdue University. We were living in Indiana at that time. And I was looking at my schedule, and I had to pay for my college because we were poor, so we didn't have no money. But we weren't poor enough where I could qualify for any grants or anything. So I was going to have to work to pay for my college. And I remember my counselor saying, this is going to be hard. You can't work and go to school full time, which I knew I could because I had just graduated with an honors diploma, which meant I had to take extra classes through high school. an extra English class, extra language class, just extra math class, extra biology class in order to get the honors diploma. And on top of that, I worked 3 jobs so that when I did graduate high school, I paid my way through 2 weeks of visiting France. So I knew I could do it, but I've always been a hard worker. That's not been an issue. But when I was really looking, I was like, I don't even like my schedule. I don't like what I'm learning. I don't know what to go to school for because I only want to write. And so then I joined the military. That was why I joined the military. And came out, got my degree in psychology, and then ended up switching gears and got it in writing. And then I ended up teaching college English and literature. But it just was many years of like, I just knew. I knew at a young age I worked hard and I would save my money, and then I invested it in my first house when I was 24 and bought my first house by myself, and then sold it and invested that money and just kind of went from there. And being in the military helped because I was able to make good money being in the military. So that just got us set up in a good position. And of course, I married a guy who likes to make money too. We're not rich by any means, but we set ourselves up so that eventually I could do this. And now I'm in my mid 40s writing full time, still not making money. I feel really bad about it sometimes though. I mean, I'm making money, but not a lot. I'm not making enough that would have replaced my teaching job. So, but we're okay now. So we're in a good place because of that. But yeah, I mean, went my whole life. When I got my degree in psychology, and it's a bachelor's degree. You can't do anything with a bachelor's degree in psychology. You had to have a higher degree. And I applied to master's and PhD programs within my local area where we were at. My husband was military, and we were just told that we were staying there for another 3 years. So I was like, okay, cool. So depending if I get my master's, whichever program I get accepted into, I may only be separated from the family for like a year or something in the future. And then we suddenly got orders to Hawaii. And it was like, okay, do I stay behind and go to college to get my degree in psychology, my advanced degree, or do I go with my family to Hawaii? And ended up going to Hawaii, but I was really depressed. I actually saw a counselor for a little while because I was like, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. I'd rather just write. And I told my husband, I said, I'd rather just write and do that. And he was like, okay, well, we'll try it. Yeah, 1 month was all it went by because my husband was like, well, if you got a job, we could, this could help us meet our financial goals quicker because we've always had financial goals. And I'm money oriented. I don't spend a lot of money. And it just kept hitting me. And I was like, yeah, I should just, and I kind of regret doing that. Like, because we were in a position where I could have go ahead and start writing. This was 2010. So ebooks was just coming on the scene. And if I would have got in then, I think about, man, if I would have just done what I wanted to do then, not worried about the fact that, we had these goals and yes, I could go make great money, go doing this thing over here. I could have been in a better position today, but that's not what I chose. I chose to go back to work. And so I've just now started. So I totally understand. I've been there so many times being told that's risky because even my husband, when I said, well, I got this ebooks and you can sell books online. You can sell your stories online. And he was like, well, that's risky. How do you know that's going to go anywhere? And I remember thinking that I was like, okay, you listen to your partner, right? You want to make decisions together in most cases if you can, and hope that it's the right decision. I wish I would have made a different decision there, but then I try to think, well, you know what? Maybe I wasn't ready as a writer. Maybe I needed more years of writing. So need to work on my tolerance to risk and my confidence. Yes. Yeah. I know you got this. The tolerance to risk part, I don't know how to get over that because that took so many years for me. But I'm like clicking on this thing and it's not going. It is not moving. Is my mouse dead? No, my mouse is moving, but it's not clicking on the next comment. I cannot click on another comment. Am I still live? Looks like I am. Oh, wow. Now it just suddenly went. I was clicking on this thing for a long time, like many, many clicks, and now it just went. Okay, I wish I could draft faster. It takes me so long to get the story out of my head. Your strength is definitely in your revision. That's for sure. Now it's clicking. Okay. Morning. Hi, Esther. How's it going? Dharma says, I'm back after making my wife breakfast, and I've been brainstorming something for the next books. Oh my gosh. I almost wanted to ask you, Dharma, if you were thinking about the next step once you finish your editing. And I thought, well, I know futuristic futuristic is my number one strength in the Clifton strengths. And so I'm always looking at the future. Like I could be doing something right now, but I'm already looking ahead to the next thing. And I was like, not everyone thinks like that. I'm like, people tell me that all the time. My husband's told me that. My family's told me that. It says, Shanon, people don't think like you. But I was like, I almost asked you this morning, like, what's next? And I was like, wait, that might stress you out, because if you haven't thought about what's next, because you're just trying to finish this project. And then all those voices in my head came in saying, Shanon, people don't think like you. And so, yeah, I was going to ask you. So that's so cool. Do you have an idea what you're going to do? I have towels staring at me from the top of my dryer. Okay, so maybe you don't have it all, but you're pretty good at doing it. Once my load of towels dry, I'll fold them all. The boilers. Yes, Purdue University, the boilers. I'm working on reformatting. I'm having issues with the bleed in margins. KDP won't accept the file. Really hope I finish in time to buy books for the event I'm attending at the end of the month. Oh boy, what are you using? What program are you using? Wait, I think I know what program you're using. You're using that the new one. You talked about it on your channel last week, if I remember right. Publisher. I don't remember now, but I said maybe I could help you, but I don't use the one you're using. For some reason, I was also up all night and only got 3 hours of sleep, so I'm dragging a bit today, but overall, I'm good. I was there like all last week. I don't know why. I was just up. My brain was not shutting off. But yeah. Hi, Esther from Morgan. Hi. Not all of us throw ourselves into risky things. True. You're still alive. Okay, great. Thank you. I was clicking and clicking. I clicked on Morgan's comment so many times, and I clicked on Esther's, and it was not changing. And then all of a sudden, it's caught up. So, yeah. My next book is the series is going to be a heist novel in the world of fairy. I was brainstorming what it was. The sandwiches we're going to steal. Adobe InDesign. Okay, I couldn't remember what it was. The next short story I'm writing is going to be an attempted heist. It's going to be thwarted pretty early on, though, so I don't think I can call it a heist story, but it's going to be attempted in the beginning. But yeah, love that. So Adobe InDesign. I don't know anything about Adobe InDesign. I haven't used it. I've heard people talking about it, but I have no idea. I decided it's an azurite stalactite that controls rainfall. The desert fae stole it from Grandmother Raven, a primordial were-raven. Wow, I love that. Mine is a mask. It's called the Mask of Illusions. And when you put it on, so weird. Actually, I'm thinking about this. When I was brainstorming that, I was reading a story about, it was just a side thing of this character who wore a mask with illusions. And I didn't even remember it until right now. And I was like, that must have been what influenced me. But she's a thief, but she needs to hide. And so she can get the mask of illusions, and she can change her identity. So that's the idea behind mine. But I don't know when I'm going to write that short story. I brainstormed it Thursday last week. And I haven't been able to get back to it since. But okay, I got through the end of the comments. Oh, wait. I figured out the issue, but it sucks because now I have to go in and edit 50 chapters individually and resize each chapter. There's probably an easier way, but I can't figure it out. Try perplexity.ai. It works very similar to Google, except for it understands what you're trying to ask a lot better than Google does. It gives you all the sources. So I just used it for what? What did I use it for? Something. I was asking it something. So I ask it questions like that to figure out what I'm trying to do. I don't remember the last thing I asked it. Oh, I was watching a video last week, and it said how in Hebrew, every letter is a number, which means that every word, the video, it's the girl who played Blossom, and she was also in, oh gosh, I can't remember the name of the show. It was, she also played in this show with Shelton. Is it Sheldon? Sheldon. She was the girlfriend of Sheldon. There was a show that played for a while. Anyways, so she has a podcast. And so she was talking about how like every letter in a name is, or every letter is a number in Hebrew. And that means that every word also has a numerical significance. And so, and she was talking about her name and what it meant and the numerical significance. And I was like, oh, what's mine? So I put that into Perplexity. I was like, what is it for Shanon? And in Hebrew, my number is 269, which reflects the sum of assigned Hebrew letter values for each letter. It's a unique numerical significance. I don't think it really means anything. Did it? What does it mean? So there's no universally accepted symbolic meaning for the number 269. Where hers, I think, was like 33, and it meant something. So I was like, I want to know what mine means. What does it mean? But it doesn't mean anything. Because I have a thing with names. If y'all been here, you know I have a thing when it comes to names. Like, I'm very specific in how I develop my names for my stories. Whether it's a person's name, a place name, or whatever, I have a thing for names. So I was like, oh, what is? I didn't know that in Hebrew every letter was assigned a number, which then has a significant value. So what did I ask that? What other Hebrew words share the same value of 269 with Shanon? And so then it told me some of the other ones. And it could be transliterated into Hebrew, English word translated into Hebrew. Some of these other names. So like it could mean guidance or splash, drones and raiders, nemesis. But I like the word guidance. I like the guidance because I think so Shanon comes from Ireland. Oh, it's not the same spelling, but it means small, dark, and wise. And so guidance, I was like, oh, okay. So kind of you can tease out guidance from Hebrew, what my name means. And in Irish, it means small, dark, and wise, but you have wise, so wise and guidance. It's interesting. But yeah. And then I asked it, what are other languages in which letters or words have numerical value that means something else? And it gave me a bunch. And then I was going down the rabbit hole and I had to stop. But yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I don't remember how I got onto that topic. Yes, Mayim Bialik. I'm trying to remember how she said that. Big Bang Theory. That's exactly who I was thinking. Yep, Big Bang Theory. Yeah. So she has a podcast. I'm trying to figure out where I left off. I think it was here. I hear you. I use InDesign before I switched to Vellum. InDesign gives so much more granular control, but big learning curve. Ooh. Hopefully you're able to get through it, Morgan, so you can get your books in time. Big Bang Theory. Yes, Big Bang Theory. How do you spell it? That looks pretty close. Yeah. The computer program I learned was Aldus PageMaker, which eventually became Adobe InDesign. So you were there early on then. Yeah, it's a little frustrating, but at least next time I format a book, I'll know what I'm doing. Exactly. Positive silver lining. Silver lining. I like this. I like finding the positive. All right, let's go ahead and get into the next hour sprint. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started. I'm going to say hello to my husband. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Oh, nice time on that sprint. How did you do? I did spend it first going out to talk with hubby for a little bit and talk about day plans, like food, because people are home all day. So what are we gonna do for dinner and lunch and all those things? And he's gonna go hang out with some friends a little bit later. So kind of got schedule straight with us and the kiddo, and then came back and started working on um, finishing up the admin stuff I need to do for the Faded Adventures because that's gonna go out in the mail tomorrow. So yeah, that's what I worked on. See how you guys did. Left off here with Morgan saying, yeah, it's a little frustrating, but at least next time I'll format a book. Oh, it's talking about the Adobe InDesign and getting that formatted for her book. And she's trying to hurry up and get it done so she can get some books printed for, I know she said it, a fair. I think it's a fair or something that she's going to take with her. So get some books printed to take. In time to buy books for an event I'm attending. She didn't say what it was exactly, but some type of event that attending at the end of the month to sell books, which is really cool. Let's see. And then Sam came in. Hello, how's it going? I don't know if you're still here. That was almost 30 minutes ago. So not very fantasy, but I'm working on a new book about the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921. Nice. Hi, Sam. And hello, Tom. How are you doing? First timer. So the goal is to write as many words as you can by the time the timer goes to 0 at the bottom of the screen, right? So yeah, the idea behind sprints is the idea that you will, if it's a writing sprint, this could go for anything, but if you're doing a writing sprint, the idea is that you'll continue to write the entire time without stopping. And I do hour long, which is a little bit longer than most people, or maybe not most, maybe just in my experience, a majority of the people I've been around who are writers don't like to go a whole hour. So I'm a little bit different in that respect, but I think the people who are here on this channel like the hour long. So not the people here in most cases. So yeah, so I can focus for between like 53 and 55 minutes. That's like my sweet spot. And it takes me a little bit to get refocused at the beginning of a sprint. And then I have time anxiety because I'll see the ends coming and I'm like, okay, 5 minutes left. Okay, 4 minutes left. 3 minutes left. 2.5 minutes left. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. 2 minutes left. 1 minute and 45 seconds left. And so like the last couple minutes, so I lose as well when I know that it's getting close to the end of the time. So, but yeah, the idea behind sprints is to just sit there and do whatever it is you are being productive on for that amount of time without stopping. And hi, Tom, and welcome. Says Sam to Tom. Thanks. I got time for a question. The drag animations are way cool. Thank you. I hope to have SC on my new show, Uncle Tom's Cabin Books and Music, and I'm looking for guests as weekly show. Yeah, let's not be doing that here. I reformatted about 15 chapters. Well, you made good progress. How many do you have to do? Did you say 50? I think you said 50. Or am I thinking 50 because I said 50 earlier? I had to go in and edit 50 chapters. That's where we got 50 from. So 15 is not bad. I mean, it does mean that you don't have like all day that you're going to have to be spending on it, hopefully, or just all day. Wait, let me rephrase that. Maybe it's just one day you'll be spending on it and not multiple days. I don't know if that's going to be in time, though, for you to be able to get your books printed, because I know you sound like you're on a short time frame. I'm going to the fall festival and sharing a table with other local authors, and then I'm going to a local book festival and having a table there. Oh, that's amazing, Morgan. I love that. Yeah, you have to tell us how it goes. And that's at the end of the month? I don't have the energy for that. It's already hard mental energy, trying to get the mental energy to be around people, and then just being burnt out from this year. This year has just really burnt me out. Excuse me. Kat says, during that sprint, I helped my husband in the yard for 45 minutes. Hot. I had to take another shower, I bet. So hot out there, a bit crazy for doing it, but looks like you're having good fun by laughing at yourself. Still here working on making scheduling social media posts for the month. Oh, that's great. I'm so not good at doing that kind of stuff, but I know that it's a strong suit for some people. Do you like doing that? Just curious. I don't think I've ever asked you that. I don't particularly like social media. So I think that's what I have my hang up is that it's hard for me to make social media content for other people to consume when I don't like being on social media and I'm not really consuming a lot of other people's content. I think that's what makes it hard for me. That might be the hang up. I don't know. I psychoanalyze myself all the time when it comes to social media marketing. And thanks from Tom. Andy, everyone's doing so well today. Welcome, Tom. Hi, Kat. Hi, Sam, and welcome, Tom. Hey, Andy. Morgan's been rather productive today, putting me to shame. Oh, no. Yeah. She's got a lot done. That's for sure. Hey, everyone. How are you all doing? Hi, Elsa. How's it going? Okay. So Elsa's birthday was on Sunday. So happy belated birthday to her. She had a birthday stream. And I said, I know Sunday was my only day to sleep in because all the other days I had to get up early and do other things. So I was like, I will wake up and I will go onto the stream and I will say happy birthday. And I set my alarm and I woke up and I went on there to say happy birthday. And I kept thinking, this is a 2-minute stream. It's over. I missed it. How did I miss it? I don't know. Happy birthday. And I went back to sleep. And it wasn't until later that I realized I went to the wrong place. That I didn't go to the stream. I went to a video. So I was so out of it. But I got up just to say happy birthday because I knew you were supposed to do your stream at 6 o'clock in the morning. My time, 6 o'clock. So, but I ended up going to the wrong place anyways. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. I was like, I just left a comment. But how come my comment's at the top? Wait, this is not the chat box. This is actually a comment. This is a comment on the video? Like, that's what was going through my head. I was like, so her stream was only 2 minutes long? I was so confused. Mental energy to be around people. Oh my God, I feel that. Yes, that mental energy. Got to get it. Yeah, 15 and 50. I should be done today. One is at the end of September and the other is at the end of October. So you got a little bit of time for the October one. Actually, you're maybe okay with the September one, but are you ordering them from Amazon? Because if you do it as author copies from Amazon, it takes them a couple weeks usually to send them to you. I think that does depend where you live too, but me, it takes a couple weeks. Hi, Elsa. Mental energy plus people, so recognizable, right? Yeah, I had to just find that first and then get out the door. Like I don't know why I do this to myself. I push myself. I'm going to conferences. It's easier going to author conferences though than like anything else. So that's what I'm going to, what's that new one? Author Nation. So I'm going to Author Nation and I have yet to get my hotel room because getting it means I'm that much closer to being around a bunch of people. But I've already bought the ticket to go, which was really expensive. So I'm going to get it. So it's a mental block for sure. Added another chapter, says Dharma. Nice. Almost there. How many more chapters you got? Because I know you're in Act 4. So you're like close to the end of the book. I'm kind of meh with it. I have a love-hate relationship with it. Social media and I usually get along, but I'd rather use my idea generation time to write. So, yes. Yep. I feel that one. I'd rather use my time to generate writing and ideas for writing. And instead of making posts, I can feel that one. So love-hate relationship with social media. Mine's just a hate relationship. Hi, Andy. Thank you for your birthday wishes. Yes, of course. And shame allowed. LOL. You don't have to work if you don't wanna. There you go. She said it better. I was like, I need to say something like this, but I couldn't figure out what words to put it into. My focus today has been very chaotic. And I'm on my third cup of coffee and it still hasn't really calmed down. And so I'm having a hard time latching onto ideas and sticking with them and figuring out how to say things this morning. It's just, it's all over the place. Happy belated birthday, Elsa. When I saw your comment on the announcement video, I had an inkling that you might not be quite awake. I wasn't. It wasn't until I finally woke up later today. I was like, I don't think that was her actual sprint. I think, and I went and looked and I saw I missed it. And saw I missed the sprint and I saw your sprint was like 2 hours and something. And I was like, yep, I didn't go to the right place. So, I was so confused that when I woke up and I was like, wait, how's my comment at the top? This is the chat box. It should be at the bottom. Wait, it's a comment on a video? Well, that means her stream was only 2 minutes long. Yeah, I was so confused. Happy birthday, Elsa. Thank you, Sam. No amount of coffee can fix foggy brain sometimes. No. Thank you. And hey, yet to Andy. Yeah, Amazon, I know they take a few weeks. I'm trying to hurry. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's going to cut it close with the September one then. So I'm trying to hurry and get the file approved and get them ordered at least by Wednesday. Okay. Fingers crossed. You'll get the formatting done today. Hopefully you'll be able to get it approved through Amazon. Oh, good news. I worked on my short story yesterday and today. The concept and story guideline are coming along nicely. Yay. So you're able to keep it like, do you have that problem at all else? I have the problem of writing short. I want to write long. Like I know I'm going into something trying to write it short and I end up writing long. Now this month I've been successful at going into something thinking I'm going to write it short and it turns out short in 3 out of 4 cases. One of my short stories ended up being a novella length that was 22,000 words. But the rest of them stayed short stories. So I'm getting better. At least novella is better than 150,000 word novel. So here's a question coming from Nonfiction Magazine side of the house. I've always believed in and trained myself. Sorry, jumped on me. To be judicious with words and to get to the point. Yeah, from the journalistic side, it's very much straight to the point. Hope it all works out for you, Morgan. So consequently, my word count comes up short. When I'm supposed to have 50,000 words, I got 30,000. I don't have that problem. And I don't want to pad. Our word counts for different genres important. I mean, I think it depends on what your goals are. So I know Katharina was talking about that in the podcast episode that we had today, where she was looking at word counts when it came to the middle grade, and she realized that she needed more. And I think she was looking at traditional publishing standards for it. So I do think it's important to like have an idea of what your audience is expecting, but to, and I think the traditional publishing standards for word count can have kind of a play in there, right? Because I think that's part of what readers come to expect is what they're getting from traditional houses as well. So it's not just the self-publishing side, right? They read all over, many readers do. But at the same time, I know that like for a while there was a lot of fantasy readers that were complaining that fantasy books were too short and that it needed to be longer. And now I've been hearing like the opposite. So things change. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. So I think it has to be whatever your goals are. If it's nonfiction, I don't know that 30,000 words is bad, but I think maybe that might be more in the niche that you're in nonfiction. So, but I don't write nonfiction, so I couldn't really tell you. But just having beta read nonfiction, done quite a bit in the last couple of years. It's kind of all over from 30,000 to like 50,000 something. Yeah. I don't know. I think you might be okay with that. Possibly. I don't know. I'm not in your genre, so it's hard for me to say. I just know from a reader side with the nonfiction. Thank you, Elsa. Yep. The length is most definitely going to be a challenge. Okay. So you write long too? I'm trying to keep it short. I've totally forgot when so for my short stories, I don't typically outline, but I've been making myself outline for the shorter works, thinking that if I did that, perhaps I would write shorter. And it has helped me. Because you have to get like quick to those beats, right? And a lot of beats are combined together when it comes to whatever your genre beats are. And in short stories, they're combined. And the first outline I used was a 12 chapter outline, and that was for a novella. This was last year. And I think that ended up being like 15 or 16 chapters, that story was. I had forgotten that I came across a short story outline. And I just found that again this weekend. I had it in my files on my Google Drive. And so I pulled that out and I was brainstorming another short story for another anthology. And so I was trying to it's just 4 chapters. And I'm like, yeah, it's probably gonna be more than 4 chapters when I finish my short story. But I liked it. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. I can share it with you guys if you're interested in it. I have to remember which Google Drive it's in. I have a lot of Google Drives. I got one for my author profile. I got one for my just civilian profile. I've got one for my books profile. I got one that's for my chaos lore, like deep information profile. I've got one that is just for my Fated Adventures profile. Yeah. Okay, I think it's here. Yeah, okay. I shared it in a drive that I share with other people. So I'm downloading it from there to put it into my personal drive, and I can share it with you guys. Now I put my author drive. And it's a 4-chapter short story template influenced by the world of Lester Dent, who I don't know who that is. Like, I didn't make this up. I found it, or it was provided to me by someone. I feel like I got it from a group or something. Share. Anyone with link? Okay. Short story 4-chapter outline. And so I was using this to map out my short story that I started late on Saturday. I haven't written it yet, but it does help me try and hit those beats. And this feels like it could be for most genres. I don't think it looks like, I don't know who Lester Dent is. So I don't know if that's like science fiction, horror, whatever. It could be any number of things, I suppose. But it does have protagonists and obstacles and things like that. So probably a genre fiction of some type. Okay, let me get back to the comments. A few years ago, I started writing a short background story for the relationship of 2 characters. It was just info for me. I was 70 pages in when I realized this was the beginning of my series. I didn't find myself in the exact same situation, but I have like the story of my heart, which one day I will write it. But they always say don't publish the story of your heart because it's most likely not going to be very good because you've worked on it for so long. That's kind of hard to separate yourself from it and see how much you could grow as a writer in writing other things. And so one day I will write it again. And I absolutely love the world. I mean, it still stays in my brain. I wrote a 100-page like background for my world. But it didn't become a short story or become part of my story. The background of my world, it was everything from, the religions to the myths, the mythologies, the magic system, how that worked, the different things that could happen with magic, how you got magic. And in that series, it's based off 5 elements. But the elements are like being held by spirits is what I called them. And so there's 5 spirits, and you could be born carrying, and it's called carrying a spirit. If you have a spirit within you, you can carry that element within you and use that magic. You could be born with them. To be born with more than one makes you more powerful. And there's rarely ever, there's only been like 2 people in history that have all 5 spirits. But there is a prophecy that one would be born with all 5 spirits. You could also go and ask the spirits. You have to go to another realm, basically, to ask them permission to carry them, and then you could become stronger. So it's prophecy, chosen one, but it's a female. And so the first book is called Carrier of All Spirits. And so I've written so much about this and the land and how it's broken up and divided and the different races and backgrounds and wars and all this stuff. I have all this stuff. And that was 100 pages that I typed up for my world. I did that like in 2011, I think. I still have it. So I wrote a book to write a book. From what I understand, there's some word count limits, guidelines, devices. High fantasy is often 100K plus, but it can vary. Yeah. Happy birthday. Thank you. There's a short story outline. There must be a list of word counts for different genres somewhere. Oh, sure, there is. You're going to find multiple lists all over the internet. They're going to be all over the place. None of them are going to really be the same. Believe me, I've looked. So yeah, typically if you're writing fantasy, 100,000 plus is fine. But if you're a brand new fantasy author, like you haven't published anything and you're trying to get your book published as a trad book, you want to keep it at 100,000 or under. They don't want over. At least that's what it was a few years ago. I don't know what it is right now, but I'm not looking to traditionally publish. So I just write my stories as long as they're supposed to be, unless I'm trying to make it short. Fahrenheit 451 was only 40,000 words. See, there you go. And that's sci-fi. I might have a list bookmarked. Let me see if I can find it. Here are some examples. Thank you for sharing. The Right Life. Yeah. So yeah, if you were just to research like how long, I would do it by your genre. How long should this genre be? You're going to get all kinds of numbers. I'm constantly looking up numbers too for like the short works. Like what's a short story? What's a novella? Then you have novelette, which comes between short story and novella. But then these word counts kind of overlap. Like some say a short story is up to 10,000 words. Another says it's like up to 8,000 words. Another one says 7,500 to like 12,000 is your novelette. So yeah, I'm constantly looking at these numbers, but they're all different all the time. Masterclass.com articles, word count guide. Thank you for sharing, Elsa. I appreciate that. Thanks very much. I don't have anything to hand. I just look it up. I just type it in, and I get different ones all the time. So you're welcome. All right. Got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get into the next hour sprint. Anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of it. In 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And last time, how did you do? I never put the banner up there. Oh well. Not that there's so many comments either. It just looks like there's a couple. So this should be quick. I'm still just working on my Faded Adventures, trying to get the last things done for this packet to go out. Left off here was saying, you're welcome from Elsa to Tom. I just ignored the word count for now, especially for my fantasy series. For my short story, I just want to have it written. Once I feel it's complete, I can see if it needs some tightening. I swear today was Sunday. Everyone's home today, right? All right, I'm going to eat and probably get sucked into a show. I'll be back soon-ish. No worries. I'm curious what show it is, but you are probably gone and do not hear my question, but that's okay. Got to the end of the comments, and I just want to jump right back into the next one, but I will wait a second to see if there's anyone that might be possibly behind on the YouTube side. Still working on my third cup of coffee here. Okay, just got a bunch of comments coming in. Hey, JC, how's it going? Doing well. Yes, I'm doing well. It's a great day. How are you doing? I hope all is going well for you too. I say it's a great day. I'm probably going to feel that way for a couple days. And then I'll probably start thinking like, because I don't see hardly any writing happening this week. I have a lot to do admin-wise, but stuff I have to get done. So I can't put it off. I put off like so much admin from last month. And I'm trying to get caught up. I mean, my inbox is so full, and that's just the email inbox. I just have so much to do, and I can't even touch the email inbox right now because I have to get my Faded Adventures done. That's going out tomorrow, and yes, I have stuff I have to do, and like there's no writing in my future. So probably by like Wednesday, I'll be like, oh, I'm sad, I'm not writing, but I did write a lot last month, so I'm pretty happy about that. Setting up my books for ARCs. Nice. That's the first two in the series, the one you just did your Kickstarter on. Did you get a chance to start? This is The Witch's Daggers next, right? Have you got a chance to start that one yet? I finished editing another chapter. Woohoo. Are you almost there? Like toward the end? Me? I'm behind, LOL. I wore your shirt today to the gym. I was like, I didn't even notice it had right to be on the back. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. It's got your, like your brand right there on the back, but it's small enough that you wouldn't have noticed it. Wasn't until I went to go put it on, I was like, what's this? Oh, there it is. I know what that is. But yeah. Hopefully you're able to get caught up. Oh, and for those who don't know, because I think I told JC in her chat that I got the shirt, but last week, was it last week? The week before last week, JC was in the chat and we were all talking about like something or whatever, like, you know, I'm a writer. I overthink everything along these lines. And I was like, someone should make that t-shirt. And then JC, you know, I really don't remember how the conversation came about, but JC got nominated to make this t-shirt and she did it and I bought it. So made myself a second latte. Nice. So you were able to get another chapter done and make a latte. Making good progress. Still budgeting. I was behind by a lot. Don't remind me. Mine's going to have to be later. I was going to use BookFunnel, but I want readers to leave links on places like BookPub. I was going to use BookFunnel. What do you? I think I'm not catching up. I know you're trying to get your ARC set up. So when you said you're going to set up my books for ARCs, so you said when you're going to do that, you're using BookFunnel to deliver, but you want readers to leave links. Like on BookBub. Oh, because Story Origin, is that the part that I'm missing? Because on Story Origin, when you set up your ARC, you can put in there where you want your ARC readers to leave the link, to leave the reviews. So you can like link everything where you want them to go. Is that what it is? I want readers to leave links. No, wait, no, not reviews. It's links on places like BookBub. Oh no, I think I'm confused. I need more information. This one's going over my head. I'm sorry, Devin. During that sprint, I wrote book reviews on Goodreads. Today's book reviews are for the books I read in March. You'll get there. Does that mean you still have like April, May, June, July, August book reviews you have to get up? Oh, geez. I don't mind like doing star ratings, but it's so hard for me to like leave book reviews. Like I have to like know that, okay, specifically I'm reading this book to leave a review. because it's never going to be less than 5 stars. I just cannot. Now that I write and I publish, it's like I cannot imagine like just all the effort and time. And if it's a book I really don't like, then I just don't do anything. I don't leave a review. But I've not come across that for anybody that I've got like gone on my way to be like an ARC reader and I've read their book. Like I've never been in the position where I've been an ARC reader and I did not like the book. I've always liked the books. But I find it hard giving less than 5-star review because I just know how much time and effort goes into creating a book. At least the people that I know, because I don't think that anybody's using AI to write. So I guess if you use AI, it doesn't take that much effort. But from the community I know, we're writing these books and it takes a lot of time and effort and so much heart. So and I'm sure you're probably reading, you just read books and review, not for the communities per se, not all the time anyways, right? But yeah. So I kind of just avoid it. I'll do star ratings, like on books that I'm just reading that are in my catalog. It'll let me do a star rating, so I'll just do a star rating on it. I woke up late and then remembered it's a holiday, so that's okay. Well, at least you got a chance to sleep in a little bit. Keywords are a pain, even using Publisher Rocket. Yes, and I have not really delved too much deeply into how Amazon has changed the keyword stuff yet. But I did take a course or a workshop with Brian Cohen last week. He led a workshop with a group that was part of a thing that I paid for. And so I'm assuming like, he's closely aligned with Amazon. So I'm assuming that what he was teaching us is kind of the new stuff. And I was like, all what I have in here is from Publisher Rocket, and none of it fits with what he was, like hardly any of it fit for with what he was saying to do. So I really had to delve into it. And I was like, I wonder if Publisher Rocket is still good for this, if this is the way they're changing it. But yeah, I don't know. Don't put any stock into what I just said, because I really don't know. I have to do some more research into it. But it just made me wonder, because it was just a totally different approach than what you would get with Publisher Rocket. I only have 4 chapters left to edit. Nice. Okay. So you need 4 more sprints so you can finish it. No, just kidding. I don't know. I don't think I'm going 4 more sprints here. I think we'll do 1 more and then we'll call it a day. I am so far behind on book reviews. I put far in there. I don't know why, but I'm so behind on book reviews. So this week I'm cleaning the decks on my Goodreads account. Nice. So you're getting caught up on your admin too. You did. Oh, Shannon, that's awesome. You just made my day. Yay. Oh, yes, I did. You said you did. And I was like, I did something. I wore the shirt today. That's what it was. I wore the shirt today. I started Dagger. Okay. I thought so. I thought you were like getting to the point where you're about to start it. And I know like September and October were going to be your writing months for writing The Witch's Dagger. So why won't Amazon let me set up my book without it being a pre-order? Oh yeah, you can't go through the whole process unless you're doing it as a pre-order, because you're either publishing it or you're putting it up for pre-order. It's one or the other. Yeah. I mean, I've started setting up, what's the book I just wrote? A Curse of Wings and Gems. Okay. So I started setting up A Curse of Wings and Gems in there, but I can't go any further until I'm ready to, do pre-order or whatever I'm going to do. I haven't quite figured all that out yet, but it's not going to be until next year anyway. So, hi Paula, how's it going? Hi Shannon, chat just popping in, but I appreciate it. Thank you. StoryOrigin lets you add review links. Yes. Okay. So then I was making the right connection there with the BookFunnel. You may not use BookFunnel because it doesn't have like the links there for people to go to. Do you know that, I'm trying to think of how I did that. So when I put together my ARC team, I'm pretty certain I send an email with all the links, and I actually put it in order and I enumerate them. And I say, if you're able to, please leave a review at these links in this order. If you can only do 1, please do number 1. If you can only do 2, please do 1 and 2. I think Amazon's like my number 3 or 4. And then I put a note in there for Amazon. I was like, and by the way, if you've not purchased whatever, then I always forget what it is. I always look it up whenever I get to my ARC team. What is it, $50, $75 in a year? You just spend so much money on Amazon in a year in order to leave a review. So I say, if you've not done that, then you won't be able to leave a review. No worries. Just go ahead and move on to the next one. And so that's how I've done that. So I do that with my ARC teams. Now I am part of like promotions where it's an ARC promotion, and then I don't worry about it. I just let Story Origin take care of it from there by telling them the links. But yeah, slowly but surely getting there with the reformatting. Halfway done. Wow, you made really good progress then, because you went from 15. You did 15 in one sprint, and then you was 25. Oh, it's still really great progress. So you're halfway there. Yeah. Hey, Morgan. Hi, JC. I need to use a new ISBN for Crystal since I streamlined it to match the others. The back matter has completely changed for this book. Do you have to do a new ISBN for the back matter? I don't think you have to. If it's just the back matter, I don't think you have to change the ISBN, because it's all part of like the cover, and you can change a cover without having to get a new ISBN. From what I understand, you get a new ISBN if you've changed the inside, and I don't think it's a really clear like line of where that is, but I think they suggest when you change 10 or 15% of the content on the inside. So it says you need a new ISBN when you make a substantial change to your book, such as a revised edition, change in format. So if you're changing from hardcover paperback, a new language, a new publisher, or significantly altered the cover. See, but that is interesting. Everything that I have seen was that if you can change out the cover, like have your cover redone, and you don't have to change ISBN. Maybe I'm misremembering. See, this other says is only when you make a fundamental change to story or structure. Like, who do you go to? Who's the authority on this? That's what I want to know. Who's the authority? That way we can tell like which one it's supposed to be. Because I think either I'm probably misremembering. Don't listen to me. Devin, don't listen to me. I'm being stupid today. Don't listen to me. I'm going to Barnes & Noble BookBub Draft to Digital. Oh, thanks for the info and adding the links to the book funnel email. Yeah, that's what I usually do. And I don't send it with the first email. So I send the first, and you can set up multiple emails. If you do it through a book funnel, you can do multiple emails. So the first one is, here's the book. And the next email, I'll send you links or something. I can't remember exactly what I say, but something just, it's a very short to the point. Here's the book. Here's when it's going to go live. I think I include a note in there. I'm trying to remember how I did it. God, it's been 2 years since I've published a book. So, I think what I do is I publish the paperback on Amazon a week ahead of the ebook, because you can't leave reviews on an Amazon book unless it's published. But so I published the ebook or the paperback first a week out, because most people don't buy the paperback anyways. And that way I let my review team know that is now available. So that's the link I give them, is that link to the paperback. And when your ebook goes live, as long as you got it all hooked up in the end, at the back end of your KDP dashboard, it just automatically goes onto your ebook. And so then your ebook launches with reviews. Hopping off to eat lunch with my hubby. Thanks for being here, Kat. Have a terrific rest of your day and evening, friends. Thank you. I removed the link for the short story for Crystal. Update the back matter and front matter. The page count change. Yeah. So I thought I knew ISBN would need it. Amazon is a beast. I don't like them sometimes. Yeah, I think I was giving you the wrong information, Devin. Don't listen to me. I don't know why I thought I was right. I have no idea, but I don't think I was. So I just wish there was like one authority on this. Like, there's something that said, okay, here's when you need a new ISBN, because it makes it so hard when you're looking it up and you find different information everywhere. Yeah, it does say you need a new ISBN if the number of pages in your book changes. That one I knew for sure. I see that one. I don't know who this guy is. Some guy's telling us it could be a girl, could be a they. I don't know. But this person is saying you only need it. And that's the issue, right? Because ISBNs are so expensive. So we really don't want to have to keep changing it. But yeah, if you change the cover, you do have to do it. Okay. So I was wrong. All right, I'm going to quit looking because I'm just going to confuse myself. Yep, I could set up a second email with review links. When will I run into an issue if my books won't publish until February or March? I'm asking for reviews 2 months before publishing. It's been a minute since I've done it, so I'm trying to remember how all of that works. Is your book, you're putting them up on these other places and they can be pre-order, which means a link can be, or a review can be done. Don't forget to do Goodreads too, Devin. Put it on Goodreads because people will go to Goodreads and leave a review there too. Maybe you've had that in your list. I don't know. I don't know that it would cover it up or mess it up. Is that what you said? Well, I run into an issue if my books won't publish until February or March. Like, what do you mean by so I'm asking for reviews 2 months before publishing? I mean, are you asking for the review 2 months before publishing, or are you giving them time to read the book first and then asking for the review? That's how I set up my email. So first I'm giving them the book. I'm telling them when it's going to go live, when it's going to be published. So that way they know okay, by this time frame, this is how much time I have to read it. And I think I say that they're going to get another email from me with links when it gets closer to time. And that's when I do it. I do it like a week out from when I know when I'm hitting the go live button on my paperback, and it takes 24 to 72 hours, but usually sooner than that for the paperback to go live. And then that's when I send the other email, or I set it up to coincide with when I think it's going to be live. I'm asking for reviews. Okay, so that one. That's interesting. When I republished Seed Among the Thorns, I didn't do a new ISBN. Okay, and you changed your cover. So maybe that's why I am confused, because I've seen it where if you change cover, you don't need a new ISBN, but if you change cover, you need a new ISBN. I don't know. Again, I wish we had some authority we could go to who's like, this is what it is. I bet you I could ask Dale. He probably would know. So rabbit hole. Yes. I've changed cover several times without a new ISBN. Okay, so then I'm not misremembering things. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But I would say, since you are changing the inside and you're changing the page count, maybe I should have the word count doubled and the cover. Well, I don't know. Is there an ISBN police out there? Blah, Goodreads is on my list too. Okay, it is. Okay. I want my reviews done by November 1st, a published date for Mirror in February and Sword for March. What's just curious on my part, what's the strategy behind getting the reviews done 2 months ahead of time? Is it for something specific? Again, just curiosity here. I have no idea. I don't know what the good thing is here. I don't know if that would mess it up. I have no idea, to be honest. My cover is changing too, but the page count is definitely changing because of the internal content. When you think about what an ISBN is supposed to do, it's supposed to help you track the number of sales by that story, that format, what it is in that form all together, right? That's why you have a different one for paperback and a different one for hardcover. This becomes most important when you're looking at bestseller lists. So if you know that you're going to hit a bestseller with a brand new cover, or you have a very strong feeling it could do really, really well with this new cover. I mean, sometimes we don't know that, but we could have a feeling. Then you might want a new ISBN. That way it's not, because it would start it over. It's like a brand new book being published, because they do it when they track it from the moment that ISBN is published. If you're using an old ISBN, then your sales, it's not going to change. It's compounded onto what you already had, right? Amazon or Bowker ISBNs hasn't come for me yet. That's what I was thinking. I don't think there's actually an ISBN police. I think that the main thing about the ISBNs is to track sales by that specific number. Yeah. Street Team is in January, Kickstarter fulfillment. So I would like the reviews done before the holidays and shipping. Is it to just get it out of the way so you know it's done? I mean, that's kind of brilliant. So you don't have to worry about all of that at one time. So I'm not changing the ISBN. Thanks. Money saved, right? ISBNs are so expensive. So if you can not worry about changing it, I would probably go that route. And I don't think I'm going to hit any bestseller lists with my book, so I'm not really worried about it. I just wanted one ISBN so that all of it can fall under, so I don't have like 3 different ISBNs for one book out there. Because if you go through Amazon, you get the free one. Go through Drafted Digital, get the free one. Now you could have 3 ISBNs that belong to one book, and that can mess up like the metadata, and especially if you want to get your book into a library at some point, right? So getting it out of the way and giving everyone 2 months to read both books. See, there you go. That's what it is. You are just knocking things out one by one by one. So I understand that. Okay. Thank you for sharing. I love it how we all have like different ideas for our process and how that works for us. No headaches with a packed schedule on top of writing Dagger. Oh, yes, I can see that. Yeah. Well, hopefully that goes smoothly for you. But I know you're getting near the end because that's your 4th book, right? 2, 3. Nope, that's your 3rd book. It's your 4th book you're writing, but it's your 3rd book in the series, which means you have one more book after this, the 4th book that you have to finish writing. And well, hopefully that'll go well for you. I find writing a series like toward the end is harder and harder because you've got everything set in place and everything has to make it to that point that you've already established. And you can't change any of the rules beforehand. So fingers crossed. Okay. Knock on wood. All right. One more sprint, guys. And if anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we will get started with the last 1 hour sprint in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that was time on the last sprint. How did you do? I made progress with the Faded Adventure stuff. Think I'm going to get it all printed in time. We'll see. Left off here with Devin was saying she got 2 more books. Shield and Kira's Rescue are the last 2. Yes, hi, Thor. Thor thinks I'm talking to him. Now here's an idea. Set up early reviews on my PayHip shop. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you can do that. You said if I can. Yeah, because I did set up my book on. So I released my book on my PayHip shop a month before it was on retailers. So that way, when my my art team had it, they could just automatically go there and leave a review on my PayHip store. The only thing that what I'm talking. The only thing that I would be worried about is that I don't know. I don't know what the right way is, because you could say, hey, if you got a review, could you leave it in these places? And you can, and I always say you can leave the same review. You don't have to rewrite the review. It doesn't have to be a different review. So if they've got one review that they've written, and I give them 5 links, because usually 5 links is what I give them. One of them is my PayHip store. They can just click on each link, leave the review, and be done. Whereas if you say, hey, when you finish reviewing, can you leave a review at this link, and it's your PayHip shop. And then you come back later and say, hey, can you leave a review at this place? They may be like done and moved on at that point. Like they may, if like thinking from my perspective, like I might be like, I do keep all my reviews actually. So it wouldn't be hard for me to do that part, but I wouldn't remember, probably be like, okay, what did I read? What did I think about that? If they did not keep a copy of the review that they wrote for the other place, then they may be like, well, I don't really remember the book and I don't know what I wrote, so they may not do it. So you run into that chance. Yeah, again, I like break everything down, like what ifs, like what if this, what if that, and again, I don't know what the right answer would be. Which one would be the path of least resistance for the reviewer to leave as many reviews as possible, as many places as possible for your book? That's what I'm looking at. That's like my main goal that I'm thinking of. So. Elsa says, Shannon, thanks so much for your stream. I missed part of it because I was busy with other things. No problem. I hope to catch your next stream again. Happy writing, everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here and getting dizzy. Yay, finally done the budget. Yay. Just for the last, oh, you heard a meowing. Just for the last little ding. You got it all done. Yeah, my kitty was meowing. He was like, you're talking. Are you talking to me? So try to list all the review places if I can. Thanks. I mean, I don't know if it's the right answer, Devin, but I just try to think about it from the perspective of how, people do forget things. Sometimes they can commit and then something happens, and so they're only be able to do part of it or something. And I even tell my reviewers, if you only read part of the book and you feel that you can leave a review for part of the book, just leave it for part of the book. Just leave the review for what you know. So, whatever. And I said, really, honestly, the reviews is what really helps out indie authors, right? Because we get that visibility. The more reviews we have, the more visibility we get. And that's the hardest part. So, yeah. So I just look at it. What's the least resistance? That's my thought anyways. Is that right answer on this, indie, right? Who knows what the right answer is? It's trial and error, I think. You try something, and if it doesn't work, you try something else. Finish! Yay! You made really good progress, Morgan. One last thing to fix, and then I'll submit for approval. Fingers crossed. Okay, my fingers are crossed for you. I'll be praying for you over here, Morgan, that it goes through. And tomorrow maybe you have good news. It all went through, and you were able to get your copies ordered. Are you able to do your copies right away? I'm trying to remember how that goes. I know you can get your author copies. Yeah, you should be able to get your author copies right away. It's been a minute. It's been 2 years since I published a book, so it's been a minute. Congrats, Morgan from Melvay. And thank you for this friends. Happy rest of your day to all. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you for being here and hanging out with me. And I still have a few more things I need to do, but I'm going to go hang out with the kiddo because he's here for, he's here today. So I'm going to go hang out with him for a little bit and maybe get something to eat because I haven't eaten yet. So. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And I'll be back. The rest of the week is the strictly time sprints, 3 sprints of 3 hours. So with 5 minutes in between. So if you're able to make it, I will see you there, and take care, everyone. Bye.